Oh, it's finally time. Finally time to get back into this. How long has it been? 11 days? 11 days. Took way too long of a break from this, so let's just get right into it. I completely forgot the voice what I gave Cloud here. I need a moment to try to try to remember what voice I gave him. This is so cool. Us at a Gaviner's concert? Did you say something? My ears are still ringing. The Gaviner's putting the sick back in music. Well, I thought Mr. Gavin was really nice, sending us those tickets at 20% off. They're hard to get a hold of, you know. When you invite people to a concert, it's usually free. Let's head to his dressing room, Apollo. Just a little bit here. Sorry, 1 second. I'm adjusting volumes. Okay, there we go. You know, like we're a couple of VIPs. I've always dreamed of being a VIP at a Gaviner show. Trucy? You didn't know who Prosecutor Gavin was before that case. What kind of fan doesn't know the lead vocalist's name? Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Clavier? What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. Yeah, but I'm a girl. I'm supposed to swoon over gods of rock. God awful, maybe. I bought all their stuff on the way home from the trial. I got 12 Gaviner's albums and 15 concert videos. That was quite a bit of impulse shopping. I got in advance of my next 15 years worth of allowance. For Mr. Wright, that sounds like an real act of generosity. Who would have imagined me here at the Gaviner's concert watching Prosecutor Gavin rock? To be honest, he was kind of cool, and I'm kind of envious. Not that I'd ever admit that to Trucy. Ah, you made it. Mr. Gavin, thanks so much for the tickets. And the invoice you sent along with them. You were incredible up on stage, Mr. Gavin. Nothing like music to brighten the mood after a trial, yeah? And we're almost ready for our next act. I'm looking forward to it myself. I don't remember the voice I gave him. This is really bugging me. Lemuroir's singing, right? The siren of the ballad? Oh yeah, that flyer said she flew all the way over for this show. That's right, I happened to catch her show while overseas. Her voice is divine. I knew I had to invite her to perform with us. Lamore says you praise me too highly. Oh, nope, that is not the right voice for this man. Whoa, who's this guy? He's huge. Allow me to introduce Mr. Romain Lettuce. Yes, Romain Lettuce, yes. Lamore's manager and her interpreter, incidentally. It's a great honor for to be here. This dude looks like a type. No, I'm not gonna give him that deep-ass voice. And a great honor for Lamore to be heard in this country. That voice. I wish I could understand it. It's beautiful. Thank you for the follow. The voice is so beautiful. Fucking bots. Oh, it's Lamore. I'm actually meeting Lamore. Mysterious songstress. Quiet, deep song glides through the air, lightning above a sparse but elegant piano accompaniment. Now this is music. She's a real artist. Lamore says, we have long looked forward to this joint performance. Ah, Lamore, your voice. It is art. Yet without his piano to guide me, it is but a voice. I've seen this kid somewhere before. He plays piano at all the Lamore's concerts. He's cute and he's a real good pianist. Good pianists are a dying breed, I hear. Allow me to introduce Machi to Bai. He is blind. This is why he never strays far from Lamore. They're always together. They're like characters for some fairy tale. Lamore, so, what's that word? Exotic? And mysterious. She does seem quite pretty, at least her eyes do. Or is this a kind of sightseeing music? Huh? She travels the globe putting the sights she sees into song. Even though her appearance and voice are exotic, her songs remind us of something close and warm. Sights into song, that's so poetic. She was gracious enough to put the music to my lyrics tonight, the guitar serenade. Hope you enjoyed it. I can't wait. And now it is time for the next part. We're giving the Gaviners hard rock a little rest. Lamore, the stage is yours. The band members will not play during Lamore's ballad, only Machi's tender tones and Lamore's dual-set voice. And my guitar, of course. Ooh, nights like this make it all worthwhile, you know? I should have learned to play the guitar. There's not much romance in Chords of Steel. Shall we hit the stage then? Good luck, Mr. Gavin. Take care that your hearts aren't stolen away, yeah? Let's back to the entrance hall, Polly. Seeing this and this, like, quality is so odd. Wow, wasn't Lamore amazing? I even cried a little. I was surprised Prosecutor Gavin actually burned his guitar. Yeah, that even surprised me, and I'm a magician. What a production. What a destruction. I don't think Prosecutor Gavin was expecting it either, oddly. He looked as surprised as I was. Is that what they call risking life and limb for art? I think he's my new hero. I'm not sure I'd call that art. Oh, what are we doing here? Let's get going to Mr. Gavin's dressing room. There's 20 minutes till the last part of the show. How many breaks does this band need? What the heck was that? I was never consulted about it. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, sir. I've asked the man in charge. I play New Rock, not Great Balls of Fire. Speaking of fire, I have a good mind to fire whoever's responsible. He seems upset. Apollo Justice, were you the one who tried to torch me? Hey, I didn't do it! So much for risking your life for art. The guitar's serenade is ruined. Ruined! Well, let's try to talk to him at least. I'm not sure that's the best move right now. You mean the guitar, that wasn't part of the act? Part of the act? Who burned up a guitar on purpose? But it worked really well with the lyrics just then. Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away all the way? Wait, do you think the audience thought it was... Sounds like he got lucky. They probably thought it was part of the act. At least I did. He got lucky and he didn't realize it. Anyway, that guitar was the Ferrari of guitars. All the speed, all the sound, and all the price. If I burned one of those at every show, I'd go broke. Unusually frugal for a rock band. Try saying that to Mr. Gavin. Achtung, today's been one disaster after another. My hog won't run, my guitar case is broken. Had he told me there'd be days like these. Wasn't Lamore's song incredible? You worked on it too, right, Mr. Gavin? Ah, yes, thanks. It was a collaboration. I wrote the lyrics and she wrote the melody. You know, I was surprised she could sing in English. I'm sure she practiced a long time for this day. Ah, here. What's this? A lyric sheet that is yours. Signed by myself and Lamore. Thanks so much. All I ever get to sign are blank defense agreements. Almost time for the third act of the night. Oh, there's more? Yes, the most part is done. Now it is time for us to drop our groove again, yeah? Hope you're ready to catch it. You ready, Apollo? I think I'll pass. I like the bit with Lamore, but the rest could use the volume knob turned way down. Apollo, you're getting old. Does 22 qualify as old to a 15-year-old? Well, I'm going. Let the old folks rest to backstage, yeah? Time to rock. Hey, you're older than I am. Hey, it's you, that right kid. Detective Sky. I'll let that right kid business pass. Call me Emma. There's no need for titles once you've shared a bottle of fingerprinting powder. That's a new one. So, Emma, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm snacking. You think I want to be here? Me in charge of security in this pit? Security? Did something happen? It's annoying with that glamorous fop. Apparently, he's all upset because something was stolen. He wanted security back here during the concert. Where does he get off acting like he's some big rock star? He is a big rock star. Hey, you listening to me? So, where's this door here lead to? This one? That's Lamore's dressing room. Don't even think of going in there unless you want a piece of snack ooze in your face. Is she ever in a good mood, I wonder? Emma? Never seen someone eat snacks that says vehemence. Better give her a wide berth. Ow, she snacked me. What's this? Some kind of headset earpiece? Why would someone leave this in the hallway? Maybe Lamore's bodyguard dropped it? Emma, would you stop eating those snacks for 1 second and listen? If you think you're gonna pull me away from my snacks just to hear you mumbling on and on about whatever, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. At least I got her to stop munching. That's Prosecutor Gavin's, the Gaviner's dressing room. Put so much as a hand on the door and I'll snack you. Hold on, but I just came out of there. Don't play smart with me. So this is Lamore's dressing room? If you even think about going in there, I'll... What was that? Was that a gunshot? Something's going on. You, out of my way! Emma! Lamore! It's not locked, I'm going in. What's that awful noise? Oh, it's the concert. It's Lemore's manager, Mr. What's his name? Latus. Oh, no. Hey, you. Me? Watch this room for me. I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? And don't touch anything. I'll be right back. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... He's alive. Mr. Latus, can you hear me? Shot. I was shot. Who shot you? I don't know. Ask what? Ask witness. Witness? There was a witness? Who? Cold. So cold. Witness. You're cold. Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Latus. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is... Siren. Siren? How can a siren witness anything? Mr. Latus? Emma! What was that? Who's there? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close. Concert's been canceled. Backup's on the way. It's Mr. Latus. He's dead, isn't he? It's terrible. I lost him. Please excuse me, there's a helicopter outside my window. And there it goes. I heard his last words. The witness is the siren, whatever that means. Venue's locked down and we took names and addresses before letting the crowd go. Good work, Darren. I'll let you know if I find out anything about the victim. Later. It's investigation time then. Yeah, Fraulein detective? I don't need some rock and rollin' prosecutor to tell me that. One request I must make. Tell no one, on staff or otherwise, anything of this. Oh, a gag order. No word gets out other than that Mr. Latus is dead. No word of the cause of death or of the murder. Tell no one, not even Lamore? Not even her. We must keep everything under wraps. Oh, one other thing. I'll need your signature on this airfoil. There is two for one. On that? An investigation request? Why just us? You two are civilians, it's standard procedure. Should be okay to sign, I think. Right, well, let's get started with the investigation. I'm on already. And one tip for you? Me? Try not to get into the Fraulein detective's way. She's in a foul mood today. I wonder why. We were all questioned as witnesses, and now none of us can go home. Well, I'll investigate, alright? Our way. Somehow I don't see us getting back to the crime scene anytime soon. Still can't believe I was there when it happened. Not an experience I care to repeat anytime soon. There's no time for navel gazing. Let's crack this case. I worry about Trucy. She seems to have a very loose idea of what it means to be an attorney. Of course, that's not surprising considering who her father is. Something the matter? No. Let's get cracking. The only one who was there, the only one who heard Mr. Latus' last words. Witness is... First order of business is to find out what he meant by siren. No clue. What do you mean no clues here? There's clearly a clue there. Are you blind? What's that? It looks like some kind of future phone. Not a phone, a transceiver. It's called a headset. What's a headset doing on the floor? Wait, do you think Mr. Latus might have been wearing it? Like one of those bodyguards? I don't think he was wearing one when we first met. The LED on this thing is lit. It must be on. The Morse dressing room. The scene of the crime. We're not supposed to go in there. But aren't we involved? Aren't we duty bound to investigate? Sadly, no. Though the situation being what it is, now may be our best chance to do some snooping. Oh, it's you. I figured you'd come. You have to let us investigate the scene, please. Your attorneys, no? Shouldn't you wait until you have a client? Just did tell me to ask the witness, Siren. With his dying breath, no less. Doesn't that count? Glare at me all you want. You'll get no snacks from me. Please? Think of the poor Lamore. Oh well, I suppose. You did find the body with me. Great, let's get to it. Right. Just try not to touch anything. She's letting us look, and she's not munching on her snacks. This bodes well. There are clues here, I can feel it. Leave no hanger unhung, no spot unspotted. Oh, another ladder. Actually, it's technically a step ladder? Well, hello, Miss Fancy Pants. Please forgive my lack of ladder discrimination. I'm less worried about the step ladder, more worried about why it's there. Why is the ladder there? Well, to climb, right? To reach something on the ceiling? Still say it's a step ladder. What's wrong, Apollo? Your mouth is catching flies. Nothing. It's nothing. I think our culprit may have vented. Maybe that's how the killer escaped? That's what you were thinking, right? When we arrived on the scene, the killer had already fled. He or she must have had a way out. That air vent is one possibility. But it's much too small. Not if the killer were about your size, Trucy. I didn't do it. I was cutting up the dance floor at the time, thank you. I know, of course I don't think you did it. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Mr. Romain Latos, was it? He was Lamore's manager and interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. Doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Except for one person, of course. One person? Who? Lamore. No one here might have had a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks. He's a big man, or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him. Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more info on him. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. You too? That's true, it was us who found the body. What? Guess that's what I missed for watching the concert. Hey, I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert, and when we heard the shot and entered the room, the killer was already gone. What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here? How did they leave the room? That window's a little too small, isn't it? The mystery of the disappearing killer. Ooh, what a pretty brooch. Oh, Emma? You're not gonna say, can I have it, please, are you? Oh. Look, you may be a cute little girl of 15, but that doesn't get you any special treatment with me. Oh. It's not healthy to envy the young, Emma. It's not about envy, it's about tampering with evidence. Note to self, Emma lacks a sense of humor. Use caution. You need to learn to respect your elders a little. Something seems so familiar about that brooch. There we go. This is the murder weapon, isn't it? The revolver? That's right, a big 45 caliber revolver. Wow, I wonder who brought this here. Thought only police were allowed to have one of these. Why are you giving me that look? I didn't do it. I didn't... Listen, I was out in the hall eating snackers when it happened. I know, no one here thinks you did it, Emma. It's hard to tell with you sometimes, Apollo. Hey, what have I done? Wait, if the killer brought a revolver, it must mean they had planned this from the start. That's right, right? That's a body, isn't it? Sure is. The victim, no less. Let's take a closer look. Go ahead, Apollo. You first. Me? No, you should go first, Trucy. Really? Will you two stop bickering and get over here? She's munching on Snackers again. Hope she's not too annoyed. Is that blood? Why don't you examine this one, Apollo? You know more about, red stuff than I do. Yep. It says who? Something strange about this blood, though. Is that what it looks like? Apollo, look at his hand. He's holding something. Hey, no touching. You can throw all the snacks at me you like, Emma, but sooner or later, you're gonna run out of them. You raise a good point. I'm a bit intrigued by this scene. Let's take a look. See there? He's holding something. What's this? A key ring? You think it might belong to the killer? Certainly a possibility. What an unusual key ring. And what unusual keys. This could be a vital clue. So, this is the murder weapon. This revolver's incredibly heavy. It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing. Hey, no fair. Tell us. It's just something about this revolver seems strange. Strange. What do you think about this revolver? Well, it's pretty big and heavy. That's right. It's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns this big. Really? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such close range. It's overkill. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out and eat curry, I order it extra spicy just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites. And that's not a problem? There's another thing about a gun this big. Puts a lot of strain on the shooter. Strain? Yeah, say, if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder. Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too. Yeah, the killer used this revolver and quite well. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Used to shooting a high caliber weapon? Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is. Guess you're right. I know how you're feeling. It's hard to know when to stop. Anything more involved has to wait until the squad gets here. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? Oh, actually, we have to... Great, thanks. She left. What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait. Great, now how am I supposed to investigate? Well, I guess it might be help. Let's go. Go? Time's a wasted, Apollo. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Well, that's true, but... On second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. Of course it will. Let's go. Yeah! Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. Whoever that was, he sure looks suspicious. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Tug. You ain't kidding. It's the 2 leading members of the Gaviners, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darian on guitar. They're so cool. I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. What are they arguing about? Probably the case, I'd bet. My hogbone's staunched, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead! And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of the song wrong? How? And what was all that tinny playing of yours? Who you calling tinny? Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands are always splitting up over. This is hardly the time. What are you doing here? Ah, hi. We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry, wait, you were what? Listen, you need to confirm that with the Republic of Borginia, Detective Crescent. Right. Anything else? What did he just call him? Detective? Ah, greetings. Dorian Crescent, Criminal Affairs Division 3. Hello? Criminal Affairs? Apollo? You really don't know anything about the Gaviners, do you? Something tells me that's about to be remedied. I was wondering if you knew anything about this. That doesn't look familiar? Familiar? It's mine. That's my key ring. I've been looking all over for it. What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin? I knew it. Apollo, how can you make that I knew it face? This is the key ring that was... Yeah, I know. Thanks anyway. So, where did you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. What? The victim? You mean Mr. Latouche had my keys? Indeed. When will my trials be over? Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop, I'll give her that. Apollo! Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help? Tell us about your troubles today. I really don't think that's... Tell us! And we'll keep mum about the keyring for now. Are you blackmailing me, Fraulein? A fucking prosecutor? You got balls, kid. I'll tell you what. About the crime? Which crime do you mean? The murder, what else? Oh, that. For me, today has been the hit parade of crimes, you see? Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case. Anyway, I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Latouche than I do. For now, at least, you were the one who found the body, yeah? While we were in the middle of a performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, prosecutor? I'll leave that to Fraulein. Detective wouldn't want to step on her toes. They're not exactly best buddies, are they? Emma and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on the things we found. I don't believe you, Apollo. How can you come to this concert and not know about the Gaviners? It's not surprising why even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once. I know America exists. The Gaviners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow. The police? The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. By day those lips interrogate, and by night they sing songs of unrecorded passion. Okay. They debuted 7 years ago with 13 years hard time for love. Then came love with no chance of parole, and my boyfriend is the prosecution's witness. The list of hit goes on and on. This here's my right-hand man, Dorian Crescent. I make the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. And this guy's a bit of a perfectionist. When a performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today. I'd hope murder would be a bit more off-putting than a ruined concert. The concert today? A disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this and then we'll see who missed a cue. The missed cue, they were arguing about that before. Great, I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. What's this missed cue you keep talking about? You heard it, didn't you? From the audience? Actually, I didn't notice anything. See? No amateur's gonna pick up on that. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No. Now take a listen to this. What's that? A mixing board. We used it to record our concert tonight. Aren't we supposed to be investigating a murder? Well, we've come this far. Might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry. This is what's one of the devices used in recording. With a 5-part band, this lets us record each member's performance separately. Use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. Wow, so could you say hear only the drum part? Of course, that's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want to help on the case? Then help me with mine. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we'll bring up the part of the performance in question. You simply choose the section of the song you wish to hear on the uppermost bar, like so. Now there it is. Now listen. Something wrong? You couldn't hear it? Listen again closely. The timing's a little off, isn't it? You see? There, right at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with the mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Here he goes again. Alright, amateur, you will approve my point. Me? You will find the missed cue. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party. But how? Did I not just explain it? Move the sliders with and just the volume for each pitch. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue with You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears. Nothing to do but try, Apollo. I guess, I'll admit, this looks kind of fun. You just... Oh, come on, man. This part is off. Which is that, second guitar? It was you, Darian. Ah, well, it looks like the cat's out of the bag. Well, that's all you have to say? That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darian. Here they go again. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. Starting to feel like we're just wasting time. It's all experience under our belts, that can't be bad. Still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love? You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting? And something about your guitar case being busted. You're well informed. You mentioned it a few times. It's all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. The keyring? It's got all my keys on it. My bike key, my car key, and the key to my guitar case. Wait, so this keyring... It disappeared. I thought I'd put it in my jacket pocket. Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared? I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one that... the very one up in flames. And right on stage, too. I actually thought that was part of the show. Crazy. And to top it off, Mr. Latus's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these. Strange days indeed. You think? What's wrong, Trucy? Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen, then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage, then Miss Latus dies. Yes, and... could it all really be just a coincidence? Coincidence? Meaning... Darn, can you make any sense of all of this? Hey, don't look at me. What do you think, Apollo? I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Frolly? I am. What? What? Hey, don't leave me in the dark with Spike here. The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all Mr. Gavin's troubles today? Well... You know, something was bugging me too. That keyring and the guitar and the body. Slow down there, Polly. We took Luke a wee bit dizzy. He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Fess up. If you're a man, you're as clueless as I am. Huh? No. Give Everhead a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection. Shall we? Evidence? I'd better think of something pronto. Come on. Let's see it. What's the connection between all of Mr. Gavin's troubles? It's this, isn't it? A lyric sheet? The guitar serenade? What's that got to do with anything? It has everything to do with everything. Though I wouldn't have believed it if Fraulein hadn't pointed it out. What are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles! Maybe it's a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Fraulein? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics to this song. What? No way! Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's listen to them in order that they occurred. While reading this lyric sheet, first the keyring was stolen. Not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring. It's right here. When you stole away the keys my heart held onto so tight. This is a heart holding keys, and next his guitar burst into flames. Burning on in my heart, fire burned my love away. And then Mr. Latus was killed, like a bullet of love fire take my life away. But that's crazy. Yeah, no kidding. So everything that happened today here, this song predicted it all? Or perhaps it was the other way around. Huh? The criminal could have based their crime on the lyrics. But who would go through all that trouble? Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. I believe you've stumbled upon something quite vital and quite annoying, Fraulein. She looked pleased. Lyrics predicting the crime? Clavier? It seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me. I have to agree. The keyring, the guitar, and the murder? The keyring might have been dropped by accident, yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think that was unconnected. It's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever. So the criminal matched their actions to the lyrics? Sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we're thinking about that, I'm gonna get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm gonna talk to the Borgini embassy about this, Mr. Latus. Right, thanks, Diane. I'll leave the pondered and mysterious to you. I'm out of here. Before National Mr. Latus was killed, it seems that would have to be the point of all this. But they did more than that. They left us with not only a murder, but a mystery. Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this was the real Prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves. Yeah? Guess this is all we're gonna get from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves Lamore to the question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lamore is now? I had heard him go to my dressing room. With that pianist Machi to buy, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Miss Lotus's sudden passing. Gaviner's dressing room got it. Ah! Who's there? There he goes again. Who is that guy? Trucy? You know, he did look sort of familiar. So he is a friend of yours. No, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember. Curious here and curiouser. Lamore! What has happened? I heard that Mr. Lotus has died. Lamore, you speak? I mean, you speak English? Yes, I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia. I am not Borginian by birth. But wasn't Mr. Latus your interpreter? Yes. Well, it was Mr. Latus's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see. Then your pianist is also... No, Machi Tobai is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Latus? Why did he... Actually, Mr. Latus was... Trucy. Remember what Prosecutor Gavin said? Not a word. But Mr. Latus is Lamore's manager. It's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she a related party? Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I'd suspect. All we've been told is to wait here in this room. It's very unsettling. I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions? Of course, I'm always willing to help. She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lamore. What is it, Machi? What? But you'd be alone. What seems to be the problem? Machi, he's not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be alright? Sure, of course. Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about? Look, it's a postcard to Lamore. What are those letters at the bottom? I've never seen those before. Must be your native tongue, Borginian. A landscape painter in sound. This is how it would translate roughly. Please, take one. A landscape painter in sound? That's a nice image. That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you? My brooch? Yes, well, it may be mine. Yours, Lamore? I was wearing a brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it. Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was Lamore's. Thank you. I was wondering where it dropped it. This brooch belongs to her. That begs the question. Something wrong, Apollo? What was this brooch doing at the crime scene? Republico Borginia, that's in Northern Europe, right? I've never even heard of it. I started singing in a restaurant, and a producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am. You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant. Producers tend to look for talent, Jersey. Lamore, you're not from Borginia originally. Were you born here? Well... Oh, is that supposed to be a secret? Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Ah, yes, it is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borginian is in public. Image is important, I guess. She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound. A painter in what? She travels the world turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right? You're very perceptive. Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. And I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I? Stop while you're ahead, Trucy. This landscape painter in sound too is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? Yes, in Borginia, Lamore means the siren. I fear that perhaps already I am not the siren I once was. Your pianist, Machi, was it? He's cute, like a porcelain doll. It's very European. The fuck does that mean, Apollo? I met him while singing in the restaurants in Borginia. He's an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite, so he came to live with me. It's like a fairy tale almost. I noticed he hardly leaves your side. Yes, well, he is blind. At first, I hesitated at dragging him across the world. He doesn't speak English either, does he? He had never left Borginia before we met. I made his presence part of my contract. Machi and I together, Lamore together always. Mr. Latus was my new manager. New? Yes, from 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Latus in my office. He was to be my manager and my bodyguard, and as it turned out, my interpreter. Interpreter, even though you speak English. Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one, though I fear that may have to be cancelled now. Was Mr. Latouche from the Republic of Borginia too? Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died. I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone. Mr. Latouche was a talented man, the siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I'm happy for him that he became so well known. Siren? That's what he meant? Huh? Apollo? You are the siren, right, Lamore? That is the meaning of my name on Borginian, yes. It was the name my producer gave me, but why do you ask? It's very important. I have to know for sure if the siren was you. What do you mean, important? I'll tell you. You deserve to know. Siren. It turns out that's a very important word in this case. How? When we found Mr. Latouche, he was still alive. What? I heard him say something. His last words. Mr. Latouche, can you hear me? Ask witness. Hang in there. Tell me, who is the witness? The witness is Siren. He said siren? Really? I was the only one there to hear it, but I'm sure that's what he said. Mr. Latouche said that? Asked the witness? And you're the siren, Lamore. Did you see what happened? Lamore? Might I ask, are you with the police? Well, no, I'm a defense attorney. An attorney? Yet there have been no arrests, yes? Is that a problem? Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. But, Lamore, Sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them. Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us? I believe we are through here. I believe so. Whoa, who's there now? Ah, it's you. Where were you? Emma, is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual. You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know. Oops, maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene. What do you mean by impossible? Well, it's gone. Utterly gone. What's gone? The body, stupid. What else? Mr. Latouche's body has disappeared. What? Prosecutor Gavin. From your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. Heard Mr. Latouche's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. Quite the pickle, quite the pickle. How can you just stand there? We have to start the There's no need for alarm, Praline Detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So, I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin. Oh, we'll find him. I'd rather than enjoying this. How come Mr. Latouche's body just disappeared? Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching. Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, Darian? See, Geeter's gone missing. Oh, it was in the dressing room? Geeter? Who's Geeter? That's what I call my guitar. You like, man? Your guitar was stolen? This hasn't been a good day for guitars or Geeters. Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Geeter's like a missing person, not lost and found, man. Well, this sure is a... What did he call it? A sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle. And it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room. Sorry, not much else I can say. It's alright. Top priority now is finding that body. You can make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snack you should do the trick nicely. You should watch your sugar intake, Emma. Does something seem different to you, Apollo? Something is definitely different here. Let's check it out. That stage there must have been lowered before. That's the tower that Lemore or the Prosecutor Gavin was singing on. Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Apollo, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top. Maybe we should get Emma. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. I'm not so good with heights. Stop whining and start climbing. Didn't look that high from below, really. But when we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore. Not after what we found up there. Found two things we were looking for, and one thing we never expected to find. The body, the guitar in hand, and the pianist Machi Tobai. That concert last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Machi? Why? Don't look at me like it's my fault. Machi Tobai, the blind pianist? Arrested on suspicion of murdering Romain Latouche. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. Guess they had proof of some kind. What proof could they possibly have? Morning? Prosecutor Gavin? Oh, tonight, eh? Apologize for being so upset. Mr. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Machi? Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night after all. Yet, the powers that be say that, given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lemuror was invited from Borginias, was an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be routed swiftly. That's all the powers that be want, really. Well, those are circumstances, alright, but what makes Machi the only possible suspect? And Forehead, you seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution? The enemy? Ah, right. I think I like this side of Prosecutor Gavin, actually. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of the case, especially not to the defense attorney. What did you just say? Me, the defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. You mean Machi? Machi wants... This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going. Right. Good luck. I'm off to question them more. Right, later. I hope I'm up to this. Well, I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible. You said that already. Machi, everything's gonna be okay. We're here for you. Hi, maybe you can tell me about last night? Huh? That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this, in a country so far from everything he's ever known. Maybe Lemore can help? But didn't Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? Okay, look. You don't need a flashback for like 10 text boxes ago. I remember that. What are we gonna do? That's a good question. I can't think of anything we could do but go with this and hope for the best of the trial tomorrow. Alright, I'm gonna BRB real quick. I just want to grab a drink. I meant to grab one before I started, but I completely spaced out and forgot. So I will be right back. Court is now in session for... How do I say that? Machi Toba, Your Honor. The pixie of the arpeggio. Right, is trial. Court is in session. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is okay, Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah? No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? Huh? I mean, you wouldn't say get well soon, right? You'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. The Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? She's looking at me with something like disgust. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. Excuse me, Jesus Christ, that came out of nowhere. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement briefly. You're in luck, Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case, Romain Latus, age 35, global manager for Diva Songstress Lemirar. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber rifle. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. 45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? Direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in the shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse, considering. I don't know about that. I think if I got shot, I'd run to die immediately and not bleed out. 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed. The other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found in the wall at the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. I see. The court accepts this evidence. If we're talking about a 45 caliber revolver, we must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use. Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size have a powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. The defense will take more care in choosing examples. As it was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. And this dressing room has only one entrance, this door. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. It's talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet, when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible. Exactly, this murder was impossible for all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant Machi Tobai. This defendant could have committed the crime, but how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand. Your name and profession, please. Emma Sky, I'm a detective for the police department. I was on security detail at the concert for him that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? Some security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. Now, don't blame yourself. Things like this do tend to happen in this universe. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know? I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would. Describe the circumstances of the day and your discovery of the crime, please. Alright. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene. That door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then I don't get it. How can they say that Machi did it? Looks like we need a bit for information. Very well, the defense may begin a cross-examination. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes? That's right. What was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly, but orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say, the stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall? Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys, that whole morning, though, the whole day was ruined. It's all because someone stole my keys. Couldn't ride my hog to the show, I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hands on their own. What's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect. Love, slow acting anew. Atroquinine is waiting for you. He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? The killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was, like a sailor, adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen, so I put the detective with the most time in their hands to own the task. I see. I can accept that. Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands? Please, the testimony. We were let in, though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I gave the Fraulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again. Oh, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Gee, great. Some other hanger-ons tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. So no other outsiders were there then. And then... at the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting, I was eating snackoos. Hey, no snacking in court? You're sure the shots came from the Mars room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this will keep you quiet. Thanks. So, how about it, Emma? You were right. Hard to be mistaken about that. Please either talk or eat, not both at the same time! Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. I went into the room filled with blaring rock music and found the body. Rock? Blaring, yes. When you say rock, are you referring perhaps to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days? That's right, when we went into the dressing room, music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They pipe sound from the stage into the backstage to the speakers. That way people in the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gaviners with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I have always had the backstage monitors at full volume. We walked into the room. The band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime. You can hear that music playing. And then everyone on the stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed out the scene and started my investigation. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent. Objection! But that air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child? Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And of all the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant! The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up towards the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Air Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. What? Marks were found in the air vent grill, traces that had recently been opened. Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant Machi Tawai's fingerprints. What? Order! Order! That air vent is the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, Air Forehead, what fairy tale does this suggest to you? Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven, and that one is our pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience, so this was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict. Even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit, I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the criminal left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough. Can't be over already. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence, the prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and precise. Paul, they got us on the ropes already. We better come up with something quick. I know. Think, what can get us out of this? We need evidence or a witness that can prove Machi is innocent. Without that... Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you'd better tell us about it now. This is it. It's soon. If we mess this one up, it's all over. The court wants contradicting proof? Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I swear on my career as a prosecutor. Now my million-seller hit song, I Troconini, My Love. There he goes again. That's too bad, because there was a witness. Oh, really now? But how do you come to possess knowledge the prosecution clearly does not? Because I'm the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him and now... He's alive? Mr. Lotus, can you hear me? Oh, it's so cold. But this... Cold, don't worry, you're gonna be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there, Mr. Lotus. Tell me, who is the witness? The witness is Siren. What? The victim said this before he died? Perhaps he did and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what Air Forehead says he said. It's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it, but apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly, this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job. That's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution, I hope you're right. The other carries a stiff penalty. Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for. To the name of your witness, Mr. Justice. Lamharar? Recall Mr. Latute's last words. Witness is Siren. The siren. Ah, he means the siren. That's right, the siren of the ballad, Lamore. Lamharar was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness. I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, my claim still stands. There was no witness to this crime. Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We will now take a break from Detective Emma's cross-examination. Please show Lamore to the witness stand. I would say nothing to the night of the murder, not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. It is my distinct honor to welcome the Siren of the Ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind. Ah, you can speak English. Yes, I can, though I'm not very good. There is much I do not know. You speak so well. Have you spent time here before? Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it. What does she mean she doesn't know? I, too, thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lamore suffers from amnesia. Amnesia? Lamore is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Well, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singer Lamore, she lived a good life. There are little difficulties for her thanks to her success, yet I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress. I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court, Lamore. Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness? What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Lamore, let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify, yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy. Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime. So what I saw nothing. That night I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and was told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details. Must say, you sound wonderful just testifying. Hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying. There you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here any longer than need be. Oh, you just got batter, Apollo. Way to go. Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet. Lamore wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what. Oh, there's a very obvious lie in here. Objection! I'm sorry, Lamore, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why, that's Lamore. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lamore, how did your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And, as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. What is the meaning of this? Lamore, please explain. Lamore? She says English is quite difficult. That trick's not gonna work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, truly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that? What's she talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred, is she talking about that? What's this room for me? I have to call for backup. Right, understood. You want me to make sure no one comes in, right? Let's can you hear me? Emma? What was that? What's wrong? Emma, did you see anyone just now? No. I could have sworn I heard a door close. I looked in through the room, just a glance, mind you. So this was when your brooch dropped? That explains that, because there was no other time I could have dropped it. That's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch? Her forehead. She has raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence. She looked in at the crime scene. Actually, I intend to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what happened, of course, but the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice. Her forehead shouting, "Who's there?" No doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Closed the door immediately. Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony. It's too convenient. She's hiding something. Remort, you did look into the room, though, right? Yes. Testify as to what you saw. Very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. She only peeked in through the door. Gotcha! The late Mr. Letisse's body, you say? Yes. You know something more about Mr. Letisse's death than you're saying. What? I could see you trying not to remember, but the effort made, you swallow. You can't fool my eyes. It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Letisse have to be shot? One moment, Lamort. Yes? What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Letisse have to be shot? Yes? She was hiding something, I knew it. Lamort, I'm afraid you haven't realized, but your words just now contradict your testimony. How could that be? Lamort contradict her own testimony, and I have evidence to prove it. If I do not understand the meaning of contradiction, it is you who contradict Mr. Huh? But she wouldn't be able to see his body. How is that not the... How is that not the right evidence? What did she say again? Why did Mr. Letisse have to be shot? That's right. Oh. Fucking... Tell me, Lamore, how did you know he had been shot? Well, immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. Yet you knew that Mr. Letisse had been shot. How could you have known? Hey guys, how's it going? You aren't hiding something from this court, I hope. Sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet. Now I remember. I'm doing A-OK. Doing A-OK. Please allow me to add to my testimony. Of course, all we want to know is the truth. What kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so. I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Letisse had been shot. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. Lenore, they call you the siren of the ballad, but lies are hardly becoming of such a creature. Put down worthy of a prosecutor, Mr. Justice. Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your characters, yeah? Come on, can't I be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Lamore, you looked in from the door for just a moment, correct? Yes, that is so. There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were in the wall the door is on. You see, assuming you were merely glancing into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. Lamore, I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something. I must tell you what it is I saw. Yes, that happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Virginia. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it. And personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knew about how Miss Latus died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lamore. Very well, Lamore, please continue your testimony. Very well, I shall. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was. Killer was a grown person, you say? This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play here, Forehead. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination. Great going, Apollo. You were right about Lenore. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. A grown person? That's a little vague. I'm sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know. Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. It was a man. A young man. There's no need to feel down. I said young man. Take your head off the ground. Are you sure about that? Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter. As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So, you heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been of the victim, Mr. Latus? Absolutely not. I did not just say that I do not forget a voice. If it was Mr. Latus who spoke, I would have known. Indeed, so you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man. Paul, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi. Indeed, if this turns out to be true, it would cast this case into a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion on this testimony? Oh, it pains me to say this. There's something about Lemore's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Air Forehead, you're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Morris has to be lying. I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is as Air Forehead says, yet this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. What next? What's he talking about? Lemurior, I understand why you would want to protect Machi, yet remember you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature. What does the prosecution mean? Apollo, what's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. The state of the room? Yes. When the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure. Lemore, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense, but my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser. But she's the only eyewitness we have. So you say, and the victim named her, the siren, as the witness? That's right, that's what Mr. Littus... We heard your claim, even to entertain the possibility, and it brought us to this. Herr Judge, the prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please. I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. But if Lemore can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence. This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case. Okay, where were we? Ah, yes, I would like to hear from Frowling Detective again. Wait, let me hear Lemore's testimony one last time. But the cross-examination is already over until such a time as a need arises. This witness may leave the stand. I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, Air Forehead? I hope I didn't just miss my only chance. Frowling Detective, how far have we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I just like saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat the song for an encore. If you would, Miss Sky. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Littus' killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling. Yes, there was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, was standing in front of it. The air vent isn't very big, see, kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have had a difficult time. You sure would, not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved at the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for a killer is the defendant. No virtuoso performance? I couldn't have put it better myself. She does state clear case, though reading the report, something caught my eye. Oh, and what's that? The circumstance of the defendant's arrest. The circumstances again? Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. She's right. Why did Mr. Littus' body disappear from that room and end up on top of that stage tower, holding a guitar, no less? A perceptive observation there, Judge. Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough, you can get a nose for things. Judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Frowling Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved, and how does that lead us to the killer? I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lemore's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Machi practically left his signature at the scene. All this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lemore's song? Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed it's code too, did you not? It's code. All of the events that day followed the lyrics to our song? First, the keys to my heart, held on so tightly, were stolen. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Littus' life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, up together to the sky. That's mad! It's like a story out of some fairy tale. I admit I'd forgotten about the song, but there it is now, waiting for me, the grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that. I've heard jumping rope to songs and counting to songs, but killing? It is a wild world out there, Judge. Very well, we've heard one song and dance, let's get on to the next, the cross-examination. Not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall. That means what exactly? That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. Can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It'd be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very, assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Watch it, he can't see. That's why he missed? It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound. A blind shooter, no wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, what do I do now? Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall, but that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver? The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobai, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing a gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure. Apollo? That bit about Machi being tiny and the gun throwing off his aim, aren't you kind of admitting that he did it? Oh. It does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get the facts of the matter on the record, if you would, Frowling Detective. The prosecution holds that the shooter couldn't see. Scientific conclusion based on a thorough examination of the crime scene, yes. Apparently not thorough enough. I have a certain piece of evidence that completely overturns your claim. What? This is that evidence. A photograph of the crime scene? I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. This is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor. The crime scene, there is something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah? Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. Contradiction at the scene of the crime. Contradiction is right here. The smeared bloodstains? I thought it was just my blurry vision, but it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand was raised above his head, much like his gesture I've seen many times in this court. It's almost as if he wrote something. I get it. At least I think I get it. Get to what, Fraulein? When Mr. Latus was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here. There does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. I just wish I wasn't all rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. Neither would I. No one has anything else to say? About what? So the prosecution accepts this. You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer, and that the killer tried to rub the name out? What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latus was writing something in blood once the killer saw what it was. Wait. Once he saw what it was? But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub up the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant Machi Tobai is blind. He couldn't have been the shooter. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what this all means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see, yet up until now, it seems I owe the court an apology. The Gaviners are a band with the law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert. Apparently, this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us? I've got an idea. Let's rock with these documents, but before that, I have a question for Fraulein Detective, if I may. What? Tell me, why did you think Machi Tobai is blind? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course? He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lamore lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Machi Tobai. According to this, Machi Tobai can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He could see... But you said... What did I say exactly? Our forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did that was Fraulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes? Consider, Machi Tobai sees, and he was the only one who could have fled the air vent. I see no problems with this. What about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes in the wall. I believe our forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, our forehead. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk, just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. There's no way to apologize. He's angered Trucy now. Look out. If we could please end the bickering now. Whatever, I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Don't say that. What? This blood stain, the criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes? We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right, with this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Oh yes, we have done those tests. As if I'm going to tell you. The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform the blood test, the section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now? Go for it, Apollo. I have to do the test? You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. How about it? Yeah, I don't need that. Apollo, your hands are shaking. Wow, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206? Is that the killer's name? Maybe it is if the killer was a robot. I have it. So what is it? I thought those others IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why would he write that number? But why would Mr. Lotus even know a number like that? Could show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on. Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darn, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. So, darn, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing, give me 30 minutes. No, 27. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet if this number is really of that of an Interpol agent, Oh, wait, I know. What if Machi Tobai really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. Possibility, yes, and one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why did Letessa know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while they wait Darren's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobai. What are you talking about? Prowling detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. Seen too much of a Balder to tell you. Who had me until that last bit. Does this not raise another rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Exactly, it makes little sense. What do you think, Air Forehead? Me? Machi Tobai pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Machi Tobai pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now? It wasn't for himself? Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness? Machi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be. Good show, Air Forehead. It seems you've thought of something. Can't I figure out these things on my own? Hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see.
Take that!
That is Lemure? Lemure and Machi Tobai recall their relationship, in particular the unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lemure and her pianist, they would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She'd walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times? Yet we have just learned something that makes the arrangement peculiar indeed. Machi could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time? Well, wasn't it part of their performance? I think there's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all. That could only mean one thing. It was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lemure. What's this? So you mean to say that Lemure is... she's... Yes, Your Honor. Lemure is blind. Order! Order! This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. Is it now? Please shed some light. Shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim. The only thing outrageous is I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet, I see it is not vast in vain this time. He's quite correct. But that makes no sense. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lemure herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Paula, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me, I had no idea she couldn't see. Hadn't even imagined it until now. Bailiff, bring in Lemure. Lemure, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way, and yet I must. Please do not be so concerned on my behalf. Those eyes, she really can't see, really? It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world. So, you are... Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lemure. I know that too my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lemure. I see. You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial, Air Forehead. I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Now, Lemure, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course, it was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes, of course, though I admit I am a little lost here. I think we're all a little lost here, Your Honor. I have no memory of light. I debuted in the world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. But this is a murder trial. I apologize, it was part of my contract. You see, I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this. She told us the truth in the beginning when she said she saw nothing. Very well, does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine. What is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. Okay, there's only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latus? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew, and that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You were thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. He's alive? Can you hear me? Cold, so cold. Witness. You're cold. Don't worry, we're going to be fine. Help is on the way. Can't see. Hang in there. Tell me, who was the witness? The witness is Siren. Mr. Latus told me to ask the witness and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. The witness, Siren? I've heard them many times, along with a little play acting by our defense. I remember them as myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean what he said before that. Before? What came before that? Ah! That's right, he tried to tell you when he said can't see, he wasn't talking about himself, he was talking about the witness. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Well, go ahead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. Order! Recall Lamore's early testimony. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Latus witnessed her through the window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course, but it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know in an instant. Your Honor? What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Latus left us. Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterwards. Detective Crescend, your report, please. Ask Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darren. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX314206. Agent registered under this number was Romain Latus. What? Undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latus himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So, when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. Mr. Latus was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lamore's manager was just a cover, most likely. One other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that 45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to him. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. Hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent and an undercover op? Or how that ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, don't you think? Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective. It is a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Wait, Lenore, is something the matter? That voice just now. Darn? Mr. Darn, is it? It was him. I am sure of it. It was him? You aren't saying that voice I heard talking to Mr. Lettuce when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darian. Is this some kind of joke? No way. Courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. Never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lenore fingering Darian Crescent. Oh, Jesus. What kind of courtroom are we running here? Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice she heard? Things are changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no wimping out now, Apollo. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, actually, nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it! Spencer's giving me an ulcer. Well, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? I guess I would maybe, well, just as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly, Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something, though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. The agent registered on this number was Romain Lettuce. And the victim, who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess, and we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lemuel told the whole court. Wait, that voice just now, it was him. I am sure of it. That voice I heard talking to Mr. Lettuce. When I heard the gunshots fired, it was him. It was Mr. Darian. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? Wouldn't say that, but he's been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you, we'll be fine. Fine, right. Well, time's a wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Lenore dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darren. Lenore said she'd never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look, those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right, I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right, did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darian, even? I bet I did. He's one of the Gavinish guitarists, after all. He's so cool. Oh, right. All the Gaviners have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Lettuce backstage. But Lenore heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them international police instead of making them some silly name? Yeah, anyway, you think he was investigating Lenore? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he's working on something. I wonder if it was something that had to do with something. That something being our case. The last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. What's up to? Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. Can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, the world is whispered. Grimari. Hey, the other day... Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? He's wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Jesus, what the fuck is happening upstairs? 1 second. They're being really fucking loud. Hang on. Oh, okay, I think we're good now. We meet again! Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? It's you, Uncle Valent. Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly, it's the great Grimari. Valent Grimari. The Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valent Grimari, as seen on television. And could you please stop smirking like that? Been a while, Miss Trucy, 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I am quite down to earth when need calls. Just have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? You mean Mr. Wright? No, I mean my real dad. Trucy's real father? Wait, Apollo, don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grimari. Troop Grimari? No, but it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, a lost life, lamentably listless lad. To not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet, Valent Grimari. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all this gold disappear from a safe and then escaped from a high security prison. You said he's a magician? I opened the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Grimari. Wait, what, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else? Like, a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Grimari? Yes, Zach Grimari. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet? Oh, no way. Once upon a time, Troop Grimari included 2 grand magicians. Myself, Valent Grimari, and my partner, Zach Grimari. And this Zach he was my real daddy. Trucy's father, a magician. I guess it makes sense. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it, not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy, after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? 2, in fact. First being, of course... see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Coliseum the first time in 7 years, I could fain not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy, was a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him, you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape? Quite so, a recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of the Troop Grimari. Will you watch it? Oh, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? Mysterious? There are more mysterious things here than her song going on. Way more mysterious. Miss Valiant Grammary has good reasons to be here today, but I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. Mr. Charlie, the potted plant. His leaves are looking a little brown. Good morning, Mr. Charlie. Ah, Mr. Charlie, your leaves. Maybe you weren't giving him enough water? No, it must be stress. He's worried about the new recruit at the office. Hey, don't blame it on me. You were watering him, right? His daddy's turned to water him this week. Mr. Red has been away on his top secret mission, no? Sorry, Mr. Charlie, this is all my fault. I'll water you soon, promise? So I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there, I didn't see a stunt. What about Lemore vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand, a petite prestige. Not even gonna try. A modicum of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert? Yes, I was there to watch my trick take to the air, so you're the one who knows how all was done. Of course, I'm like a deity with the stage as my domain. Suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey, Trucy, that's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. None, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later, well after my illusion entranced the audience. Don't even ask, I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? I, Valiant Grammary, now make my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valiant. You should stay a while. I'm afraid I cannot. I may not, shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, Crocodile. With the whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door. Normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right, Valiant Grammary. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lemore disappear. Now he knows Trucy and her real father. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Machi to I can see. Machi. Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget, why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. Kinda hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. Need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. So what did you think of the trial today? I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? Glad Lemure testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darian of the Governors, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went and all. If no one told him there was a new suspect, how would he know? What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian, he doesn't speak English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces? Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see, but what if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get him, something kind of undeniable evidence. I'll be back, Machi. So, Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and Lemure can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think we're gonna get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. Oh, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation. Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. Did enough at home, thanks. No, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. And you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Ah, Mr. Attorney. Lemure, I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean? Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were just before we spotted you just now, and we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place, or so she claimed yesterday, but how? It was quite a statement you made today in court about hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. I don't need to repeat this. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That's when I heard his voice. Guessing Darian and Mr. Latus was talking about something. Next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So it really was Darian's voice she heard. At least, she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as Lemure. I was singing in a restaurant in Borginia, and he was playing the piano? Yes, he was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see? No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. Must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see and all while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is smart. He is a smart, gentle boy. I can see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. About Mr. Latus? Oh yes, he was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover, but someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me, but why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it was not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition, as my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded by from memory. Clouded, right. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became Lemure. I woke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Lemure is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lemure. Thank you. Machi too tells me this often when I fear of who I might have been. We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me, there's an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes, apparently they hired a professional magician. Valiant Gramarye. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gramarye made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What do you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert. Wonder whose this is. We used it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's the best. Thank you. So, can I put it on? Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Can I ask you about this headset? You said that all concert staff were wearing one? That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course, and all the band members too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too, then. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only used for on stage, and a stronger signal wouldn't interfere with the sound system. Makes sense. You'd think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why is this one lying here? That song, isn't that the one Lemure was singing? Yeah, you're right, the guitar's Serenade. Wow, I'd love to do a show on stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full and has won the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad and rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right. I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is. Uncle Valen, what exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in task undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusions to make sure naught is amiss. The Lemure teleportation illusion. Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troupe. As I went about my exciting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valen can shed some light on this whole thing for us. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lemure's vanishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said make her disappear like a dream. Like a dream. Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorceress acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of the Troupe Gramarye are concerned. So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And it went well, it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. Troubles you? Why? Why? Why do you ask why? I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks. That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. Kinda feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back, this could be the debut of a prodigy. Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. I'm gonna take a look under the hood. Huh. This was stuck between the strings. Looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Gramarye, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort? Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that, and he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago, a young magician, a genius of this time, came down among us. His name was Magnifi Gramarye. It was he who began the great Troupe Gramarye. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV, yet, several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard, the TV screen a barren waste stripped of illusion. It's not true, I still went to all your shows, like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We own our skills at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gramarye, but for my partner. Your partner, you mean... Yes, Zach Gramarye. Trucy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gramarye in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory, I, Valant Gramarye. Our founder, Magnifi Gramarye, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles. I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little, how he made that whole jumbo jet go. What happened to the jet again? Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came through his door, only Zach and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valant and Zach were the shining stars of the Gramarye crown. Cool, huh? Zach Gramarye was my daddy. Now that Magnifi and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valant Gramarye, who brings the Gramarye miracle back to this big stage. I'm rooting for you. Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quickly enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. How do we manage to get off topic of the case so quickly all the time? Uh-oh, there's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? I'm doing the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. I'm talking about the bloodstain of Mr. Latouche left. My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snackers popular down at the precinct or something? Yeah, I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. I guess you're not gonna find any clues here. Although I did find something strange. Something strange? I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. Well, yeah, it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. It makes me even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver. That's not how it sounded in Lemiore's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to these song lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Lemiore flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire, and in the end a bullet took Mr. Latusse's life, and he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 50 feet up at least. It's kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it. Sometimes I worry about that girl. So, what did you find? It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found this under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had to examine it. It turns out it's an antenna. Oh, like on a beetle? Like on a cell phone? This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. Electronic signal, you say? You think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter? A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal? What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing the switch. Ow! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire. What's the big idea? Well, now we know what this is. An igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. You nearly licked me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose at least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about this switch, now that she has some first-hand experience. What are you trying to do, burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking. Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. Transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area, let's see, 30 feet from Lenore's dressing room. It covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. Kinda seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck! I'd like to know more about the igniters myself. Speaker for monitoring the stage was blaring at the time of the shooting. Pretty old model for such a nice place. I guess they don't care about sound quality back here as long as you can hear it. Not that a loss of fidelity could possibly make that music worse. Good speakers must cost a lot. You have any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo? Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take. What? But that's almost $600. $5 a month? Poor Trucy. Wait till she finds out you need to buy 2 speakers for a stereo. Oh. Hello, achievement. What? Come to laugh at the murderer? Darian? That old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Darian isn't in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. I think Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid. So, about your alibi? You have to ask? The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. Found Mr. Otis dead. Got about 10,000 witnesses who saw me too, right there on that stage. Your guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. You don't need to yell at me. It's Lemure's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? They won't let you work? You won't let me work? Gavin says I gotta lie low till the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? You can't be such a stick in the mud. Or you can be. Mr. Gavin is stick in the mud. He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar? It was you, Darian. He's just the perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune. I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? Data on the victim should have come from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Paula, let's go check it out. Always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. And tell them I want into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened, really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Don't get led astray by some siren song. Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? To Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. So this is it. The Gaviner's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. So that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy thing? Object, whatever. Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind the bookshelf we're quiet like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting quietly so he won't notice. What if he heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter. For a gossip bag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latus. Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It sounds like this when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Hey. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. Or could I be? There's not enough tee-hee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gaviners? Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's given us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? Ah, that reminds me, did you see the paper today? Yes, I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, Fair Forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song. Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know. Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone's been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing me for me over the phone? It is endless. Endless thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey! Is that the newspaper over there too? Ah yes, the Borginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Borginian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well, though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Borginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. Their journalism didn't see the need to mention it. Makes sense, I hardly know what to think of it myself. Mumior's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I imagine. That's why I've had Darren step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum, and Muir is my invited guest, so it's a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case quickly if possible. I really love that song. It has such great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lemure, if I remember correctly? That's right, it was the last year. I had gone to tour Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lemure's voice? It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her to talk with her, so I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and she wrote a song right there backstage. Banshee on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on guitar that I borrowed from Lemure. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this, and that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history, and it's only browned, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why does his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Think you can show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar? Sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? Thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. Never guessed that it wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear, but the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does the guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang, so he put it on the plate for later consumption? You think a rock star could afford a fresh steak? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? Looks like a lump of plastic? Wait, that phone call. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking, what is this creepy object or whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. What? A replica? So what was he after it in the first place? Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latus? Wait a second, you were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I am not even sure what it is, but apparently it is a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latus was after. This lump? Would you mind telling us what you know about it? It was because of the beautiful instrument. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years, a guitar befitting a woman like Lemure. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So, this guitar is from Borginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood, so we vacuum packed it in Lemore's studio and used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it up right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. Too bad it got burned. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how the guitars have a round hole in the front. It's called the sound hole. Oh, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. Broken device? Yes, this, in fact. The examiner's busy with evidence for the case now, however, so he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd. That device looks strangely familiar. This was found in Mr. Latus's bag, and apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean whatever Mr. Latus is after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. If you don't want to tell us, you could just say it. Or you can just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share, something about this little piece of plastic. Latus went off through all the trouble to become Lemore's manager, just to come to this country to find out more about this lump, and he died for it. I've sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lemore. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Borginian. Has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar? Take a look at this. What? That looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lemore's dressing room. This guy found it, actually. At the scene of the crime, what could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Thanks for dropping by here, Forehead. Thanks. Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. Is a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive. Guess I could have hid it, but somehow showing felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information about our strange lump of plastic, the one that Mr. Latus was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, our Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us, not all of them simple, especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside, and I keep it a simple goal to discover the truth. That is why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fraud? Can I ask why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and to look when I walk down the street? Pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hey, Emma, what's up? Either of you know where Lemore is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? Can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lemore's missing? It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, well, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lemore went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little. The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be on for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yikes, things really dark out there. Dark, that's all Lemure has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo? What? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Like something's changed? I can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. Now it's bugging me too. What is she talking about? Hey, that case? Wasn't that open before? Guess someone closed it. Wait, look, where the case closes. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Lemure! Emma! We have to get Emma! Lemure was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried, and me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Emma, how's Lemure? Is she okay? Ah, we all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So she's okay? Yeah, she came to a short while ago. We found her before it was too late. This is good to hear. So, what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lemure, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit? I knew that very moment. I knew the assailant was trying to kill me. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps, yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Darkness is my ally. There was a contraband case near the stage. That was where I hid, so the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. That sounds like a really close call. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Fortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult and probably a man. Could it be him? But why would anyone attack you, Lemure? The detective asked me this too, and to her I gave the same answer. I do not know. Ah. Lemure, I want to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Mr. Latus was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity as an undercover agent? So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Borginian cocoon before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I am sorry to say. But she said all in Borginia knew of these. There's one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know. And what's that? The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there's a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So, that's what he was up to? Tracking down Borgini cocoon smuggling. Smuggling? It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. So you could have brought these Borgini cocoons with you. On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion, and Mr. Lettuce was placed as an undercover agent to look into it. Borgini is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Lettuce wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Borgini doesn't want these cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? Cocoon smuggling and Mr. Lettuce had Lemore marked? Couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemore. It's the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it was within my power, I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us? If you're well enough? I see. Yes. Yes, of course. Shall accompany you. Where are we going? Come on, Trucy, we're about to get to the bottom of this. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Could you interpret for us, Lemura? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well... If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Hey, you got a reaction, a big one! But you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty, not that we wouldn't have needed any training to see that one. Mr. Attorney, please tell me what this is all about. Please interpret. Very well. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it. He asks you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? It must cure some disease. It's a cure for come on, man. Incuritis. You fucking asshole. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borgini like that? Just think of all the lives it could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself. Okay, well, at least we know what it is, a cure, and Mr. Lettuce was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi? Machi, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true, I am sort of a magician. She said sort of, oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind and now he plays dumb? I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Borgini. I do not want to go home. Penalty for taking the cocoon for Borgini is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case? What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Lettuce's death? This meeting's over. Darian? What do you mean visiting hours aren't over yet? There's a call from Machi and Borginian Embassy. This meeting's over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darn it, wait. I never liked you. Either of you. Huh? Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo? He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo! There can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry, this is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. Well, this is it. Today's the day all goes down, and then there was yesterday. This meeting's over, sorry. What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Valiant Gramarye, I exclaimed as he... Oh. Valiant Gramarye, I exclaimed as he walked in through the door normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valiant? A preposterous proposition? How could I stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. Oh, with the vanishing magic. Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? The Grand Glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. The glamour? A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell. And there he goes. Sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. Can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or elephants. Or the Eiffel Tower, anything really. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert, Lemuel's disappearing act, and Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened. Well, it's about time, shall we go? Excuse me, sir. The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Did something happen? This is a first. This is by the judge's request, some urgent personal business. Great, I bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. Hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. Chief Justice's son. Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? The judge said that he had to go visit him after the trial. There's an article about it in the newspaper if you care to read about it yourself. I'm not... Like, you guys... No, like, is that the actual translated name of the disease? Or is that the translators trying to be funny? Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... How do you say this name again? Machi Tobai, Suspectissimo. Right, this is trial in any case. Defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes, it's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. Pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuritis, was it? That article said there's no known cure. Judge, let me say, with all honesty, I feel your pain, but now is not the time for tears, now is the time for the law. Indeed, we left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked Interpol about that number. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latus. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It is a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. Wait, that voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. It was him? The voice I heard talking to Mr. Latus. When I heard the gunshots fired, it was him. It was Mr. Darian. No way. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in this? God, who would have? Oh my God, my brain just died. Hang on. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gaviners. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gaviners ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lemuel, and Machi, along with the drummer and the bassist, for a total of 5. The dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lemuel and the defendant, Machi Tobai, had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviners were already rocking. This is when the 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Skye, mind you. And Apollo, you heard them too, right? I sure did. Furthermore, Lemuel herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime, when she claims to have heard Mr. Latus and Detective Crescent talking. Well, that's impossible. Detective Crescent was... Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi. Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. Appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means that Lemuel is sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well, of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Apollo, if he declares a verdict now, Gavin's case is airtight. Lemuel must have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Not the case? What about the case? What's to tell us about Mr. Latus's death? Meeting's over. Darian? Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is to ask him under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant. What was his name again? Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquise or Mr. Justice. Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who did you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobai to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and where is the toilet. The defense would like to request Lemuel as the interpreter. Lemuel, but there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Forehead. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lemuel lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, both prosecution and defense are for this. I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lemuel to the witness stand. I suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would. Yes. He says, Machi Tobai, the defendant. It is certainly a first for this courtroom, not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet. Paulo, aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak. Yes, Lemure. Just now Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. Alright, this suspense is killing me. What? 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 Well, according to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Victory, Apollo, we did it. This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court. Very well. He says that word of Mr. Latouse's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. I see. He wouldn't have understood that English lyrics to the song that would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant. Wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lemure if he knew them to know the meaning of that song. Lemure, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, Lemure might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination, Mr. Justice, if you would. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. Worked yesterday, should work today. Well, we've seen him react to us speaking in English, so... Gotcha! Machi, you can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lemure said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? Well, what are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Well, then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple, so simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. The newspaper? The Borgini Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They've already begun reporting about this case on our homeland. I was right. I was wrong, Mr. Justice. Your eyes, they're quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi's lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I have here a Borgini newspaper, the Borgini Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right, it doesn't mention the lyrics. What is this all about? Sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borgini newspaper? What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Machi says, yes? It is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. It was mistaken. Now I remember. You remember? He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lemure? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten myself. And it looks like F4 has been jumping to conclusions again. It seems so, yes. No, I was onto something. I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. That is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep on cross-examining, I better have an angle of attack. Else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well, witness. I understand. Yep, she still has the same tick. Gotcha! Lemure, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court it was I who explained. I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lemure, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. You're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice, and now you have Lemure lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes, only a little only. What? First he could see it, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lemure? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room behind desk manager, he on floor. Which would be right after the shooting, right? Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latus had already been shot. And then when we came to the door, panel high up, I take off, run away. So it was you who escaped through the air vent. Thus, the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he's clearly denied that he did it. I ain't no shooting. Manager on floor, already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from this witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, no, of course there is. What is this cocoon, anyway? The cocoon of silk is a potent cure. Cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. The cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake. No, no more speak, not to any of you. So much for your precious trust there, Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. Tito, the course would declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe, I know, shoot. Machi claims Facilitus was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly I heard revolver close, very close, and then I hear voice. You heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I heard revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latus already dead and then you heard shots? If that's true... So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots, and you escaped through the air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Yeah, but how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latus. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Machi? No talking, no. Oh, well, it's worth a shot. That cocoon. Of course he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo, so what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. The Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well, so will he be testifying? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lemure. Lemure? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lemure's testimony is unsubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lemure was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lemure dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would anyone be out to kill Lemure? Can you think of a reason? Well, I think of how she is known in our country, a singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think... I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latus. The killer was afraid of her and afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you're saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lemure's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. If Lemure is attacked, this has serious implications. Very well, there were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lemure's testimony once more. Senor, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, correct? That is correct. And at which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed, and we found to be quite soundproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice? I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know. And yet it's my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court? Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latus and the detective. Heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry, I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way, yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it's my distinctive displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lemure was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you could coolly cross-examine the witness? Darian Crescent. I do not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times must I remind you that is impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. Right, maybe there's a different angle I can try? Senor, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remembered something that was said. Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Oh, my memory is unclear. I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latus, the shooter then, turned Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latus? I thought it was quite strange myself afterwards. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony? Maybe, Apollo?
Objection!
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh, yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there, on the stage. Are you claiming that... Are you claiming that the voice Lemure heard was someone commanding another person to press the switch? It is a possibility.
Objection!
Oh, at Forehead, I'd call that an impossibility. It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemure's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviners are in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you want and not be heard. Tukta's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too, have her forehead cries a possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said. Or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard at the stage. On the stage from the dressing room? Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would have been easy to get a message to someone on the stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications? From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they were for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but wait, those send out an electronic signal to avoid interference with the audio systems. The range is quite limited. Rainier said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Exactly, the walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So, when Lemure heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on stage after the fact. He's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooters had pressed the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is the switch anyway? We don't even know the basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what the switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? We know about the switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah, well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, you have no further information to share concerning the switch. Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Justice? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense has set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this link is? What the switch is?
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this. That's... What? Is that another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is the remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught on fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Borgini from Lemure. He said that its sound was amazing before it burned, of course, now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Forehead! Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by the Lemure and the guitar suddenly catching on fire? I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latus and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught on fire. Well, that does seem to make sense, though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me.
Objection!
There, Forehead, don't disturb what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What is this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? This simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Lemure's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, it must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, this story makes no sense. You sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act.
Objection!
What's this? The detective MX Skyhood then shots and found the body. All this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in the dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. Order, but that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying that the order was reversed on purpose. Reversed? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet, our forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way. Order! Order! That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
Objection!
I was hoping it wouldn't have come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it is flawed from the very beginning. Flawed, yes, a contradiction, Air Forehead, once I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemore have heard a voice through it? I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right, Lemure's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. Near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote for an igniter, and last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemore heard that voice? Key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, you've got one thing to prove and only one thing. Lemore heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lemore able to hear that voice? When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been opened either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. Ah, it is good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. As I was saying, Lemure could not hear the voice through that window, so there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What? You do amuse me so, and here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? The more clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. There's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is? I know that look. He wants us to ask him very well. He claimed Lemuel heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lemuel heard the voice from here.
Take that!
But that's no small window, that's the air vent. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. Lemuel was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? It's the only logical explanation, yes? Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, our forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It's hardly worth saying. Why would Lemuel be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat, no offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin, isn't it, Lemuel? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes, I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lemuel, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on the wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling. Order! Order! I will have order! Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact I was. I am sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. May I remind you this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I'm bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you said you were in the middle of your performance, so this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, Forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her.
Objection!
Lemuel, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? It's all right here on this video. As we can see, Lemure was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though its items seem to be so realistic, Lemure is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time she moved to the back of the form. Apollo? What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappeared and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling that goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the form. Recall Lemure's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. And she went from the stage to the backstage exit, a perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lemure knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something. I know if I open vent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of magician's life, you know. Which is why he bound Lemure to secrecy. Well, Lemure, I'm impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before... there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops? How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That's a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes. It's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lemure was able to teleport like she did, or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Why do I get picked on? It's Lemure who isn't going along with the program here. As stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Alright, I feel like a student before the finals. Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. "2 minutes? You say the mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice." Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lemure is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. Figured it out already. I am a magician, after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. You can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. She said 2 minutes. It was only 20 seconds.
Hold it!
2 minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you're running. Running in that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but... So, you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. You disappeared on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made it the trip in 2 minutes. How? You want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that could explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony? Evidence explaining the discrepancy? There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and the testimony.
Take that!
Lemure, do you happen to remember this brooch? Ah, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now? Why? I thought we had already determined that it was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Taking a look at the video. Yeah, you can see the switch has already been pressed and his guitar is already starting to heat up. Here, you can see that she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's take a look a bit later. What? The brooch, it's gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds, and it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lemure we see before the vanishing act and the Lemure we see after are two different people. What? The brooch we found on the floor of the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lemure, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order, Prosecutor Gavin. From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Judge. I, of course, knew about it. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right? There was a switch? There was. Just before the stage tower rose, Lemure was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement, Lemure? Why, the man beneath the illusion, Valid Gramarye. It was Gramarye? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lemure is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Captain is on some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lemure? Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony.
Hold it!
You were singing? Yes, Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recording, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time, even when you were crawling through above the ceiling towards the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? But if you were singing while you were walking, that's right, wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That's right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. Ah, that's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? The pipes and real-time feed from the stage microphones, useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied if that dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage? At my request, actually. So, Lemure is singing in the ceiling. Sounded just like Lemure singing over the speaker. Ingenious, her voice was hidden by her own voice. Lemure? Hey, I've just remembered something. You tell, when I heard the noise, the gunshots, it startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Forehead, that mixing board I let you wear, is it? The mixing? The machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks? Oh, this, I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. Song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet. At the top of the second verse, see where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second. During Lemur's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Therefore, its theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lemur's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is yet unclear until we hear directly from the man himself. You don't mean... Yes, though he is a friend and a band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case? As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. I'm ready to catch him, Darian Crescent. Get ready for justice. This is a good time as any for a pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I am the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Hollow, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lemur's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent and that switch in the flaming guitar, when you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Ah, Dad. Mr. Wright, you believed in me. Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance and say, hey, why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Ah, sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Littis, only shorter and not as well dressed? Oh, what if you're shot too? Could I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machitobai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch, a piece of jewelry, and why does it keep doing that? And a lyrical blunder? There are plenty of other ways to explain these things, the flaming guitar too, all because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck, and be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me, I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Scott Emma? Let's see, this bag of snacks here was meant for me. Ah, here it is. What are those? They don't look very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fire revealed traces of gunpowder? Gunpowder? Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo, that's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Well, finally, some evidence that makes sense. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict, maybe. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. Man, he walked out the door just like a magician. Hold on. Oh, what does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where's Detective Crescent? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to the Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Our forehead. I will call the final witness to the stand, Detective Darian Crescent. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who don't know. And I am a guitarist for the Gaviners, maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. Situation's changed, darn. And don't call me partner. So much for old friends. See what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial? Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lemuel's testimony, if, in fact, you have anything to say about it. Oh, I've got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borginia. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice? Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here's nothing. The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you're claiming Lemuel's testimony was a lie. Hey, don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing trying to protect that kid. She's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Skye? Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lemuel's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. Some things were found at this crime scene after yesterday's trial. The first was this small device. That's the remote trigger igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt on another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? What, you think Detective Skye works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient to me. How so? So, you're saying those firecrackers just happened to go off right when two witnesses came walking by? That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? The firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one to hear it. You get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. You may not look it, partner? Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind all the band and staff members were wearing. That's right, we picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped or placed, and what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in the hallway, even if you were on stage. Ugh. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian, there's no sides in the court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I have a question for you. For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime? Certainly a possibility. They were part of a ruse to fake their sounds of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. We're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake, we can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set? Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? Because I am. It seems there was clear proof left behind right here in Lemure's song. Her song? What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. And we move the sliders to... wrong voice. We move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lemure's voice included. What does this prove? According to Lemure's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. How ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We're all wearing these headsets. We're all deeply involved in our performance, but Lemure's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. And let's get into analyzing the recording right now. Let's see when she heard the shots fired. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lemure's vocals. I did hear something faintly there, yes. What? It sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. I believe the case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lemure's testimony was true. Order, so she was telling the truth about what she heard? It was another man speaking, not Mr. Lotus. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Just after that, there was a gunshot and then guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon? The Demure was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must have not been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot, but then as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again and Mr. Lotus's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance? Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Forehead? What is it with the day? Problem after problem. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted, my guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Second guitar. It was you, Darian. Thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon. This 45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. Kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent? I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. Standard sidearm issued to the police officers is a 38 caliber weapon. A much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, which suggests there was a struggle between the killer and the victim. So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent, what I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You've got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Come on. Why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy, I got no motive, man. That was the Diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I have possibly known that manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that followed Mr. Lettuce had not been in our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great, now I need to find a motive.
Objection!
Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? It looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. Cocoon, never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else. Alright, well what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Lotus, does it? It does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. The cocoon is one of those silky cocoons, the kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative for what? Apparently, it is the most efficacious at treating a disease through incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture a remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact. What? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community. Well, the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol, among others. Interpol? Right, the victim, Romain Latos, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latos wasn't killed as a manager, he was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country? That's what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was gonna sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business? International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs, I know the deal. Indeed, Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Letters undercover. You kids think of the craziest things, but no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted. According to the reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what.
Objection!
Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone on the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justice's... A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for... God, I hate saying this. Incuritis. I've heard of that somewhere. You went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Why? That's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband, not even to save his own son's life? But even if the deal went through, it'd be an international scandal. That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Crescent, is this true? First I'm a murderer and now I'm a smuggler? How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about it, if Chief Justice were the buyer, why a seller couldn't hope for a better deal? A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you, so I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only one out there watching this. Borginia Customs barely sleeps, so they're worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Objection!
Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. Guitar befitting a woman like Lemieux. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Borginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in a Lemieux studio. Used a special shipping service available for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying the guitar was with cocoons this small? It would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, the guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work? Good memory, your forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. Broken device? Yes, this, in fact. An igniter? Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... It means this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? So the igniter was placed in there for clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution? Ah, for it, at last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day, care to review? Maestro, the digital sound of Lemieux's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen in a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon for the guitar. I see, but things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that, Mr. Lettuce? Mr. Lettuce, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. You'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Lettuce tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated then, the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch now. The guitar burst into flames and the cocoon was lost. And then Mr. Lettuce died, with Lemieux there to witness it. There's your case. Yeah, brilliant, man. Detective Crescent? I gotta know. You make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense. The Republic of Borginia? Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Borginian accomplice. That's all. Oh, shit, my fucking model died. Hello? No, I'll just keep going while I try to reset it. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lemieux heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch. Hurry. You made this transmission from backstage while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the Grass. And for once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. To what Mr. Justice has to say, then, but be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
Take that!
The person is the defendant, Machi Tobai. But, Mr. Justice, he's your client. Defense attorney accusing his client? That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Lettuce. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Borginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. Oh god, why am I all the way over here now? But what if it was in fact Lemure? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals? Recall that the remote only works at the range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, the Lemure was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vents. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemure still could have done the deed. No. When the shooter made the transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lemure stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lemure's position in the air vent. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor? Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns just one more time? Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Ah, too bad, punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly are we supposed to see in this video? Problem isn't what we see, correct, Darren? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter? That right? Yes? Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch, am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano? That seems to be the problem there. Piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it? Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. You know, but according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Piano plays non-stop. You couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? It can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. What's strange? No, it's just something odd about the performance there. Odd? Mr. Justice, if Machi Tobai didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Tobai the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought. Oh, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you better find a way to prove it. It has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Gavin just saying now? It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this? Can you prove Machi Tobai has pressed that switch? Can you prove that Machi... Can you... I don't know if you call this proof, per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us your evidence supporting this. Your forehead, you sure about this? Except, there's no evidence, man. See your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch?
Take that!
The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music? What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame. Here, piano being played, but doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple? I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. What, so you're some kind of piano savant? Actually no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand? Maybe, I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, he couldn't play a part like that even if he had three hands. So sorry, so sad for you. No, not really. Uh-huh. That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or two? You can't. I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way. Well, it seems we come to a moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand right before the guitar burst into flame. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar got fire, and one section of the song proves it.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Air Forehead. Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section? The guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to the "Oh, that night in your embrace." Play verse 2 again. There, did you hear that? They feel the same, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 is high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure. What does that prove? I would think you'd know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses of different arrangements happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There was no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly, and that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that piano would stay in the background. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite, though personally this comes as a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? I can't believe it, I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well, barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves? No, great show. It's not over? I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin, tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Air Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong, your case is solid, the facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts, anyone can see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe this. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. I think if we did, we already would have seen it long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. The truth is staring at us right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Oh, try to remember what Daddy said. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck, and be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion? I won't be able to press him further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now, or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Huh? Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes, good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. Not the better. I am rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Therefore, Head, you are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes: the murder of Mr. Latos and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. Trial's already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent. Okay, this really is my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence, so what is... It's the true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt?
Take that!
The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Tobai. Your client? Again? Machi Tobai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted this to smuggling that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Lotus was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. That burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue, a residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Very scientific of you. Thus, if Machi Tobai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything, especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death by Borginian law. Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Machi doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. Huh? How? Look, if Machi admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but if Machi doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police, and it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machi Tobai. The cocoon smuggling your entire plan, Machi Tobai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry there, I'll get you out of the country. Set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Oh no, a house made out of pianos. Come on. Please. Don't talk! Darian, I considered that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we could treat that outburst as a confession. Uh-oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? And you'll talk. You'll let this court tell this court everything? I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was held for your benefit, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew from beginning, I knew. Machi, situation I cannot explain, but money needed. Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule, however, it had become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobai, I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country, and with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobai, not guilty. Court is adjourned. I wonder what'll happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. I owe you both my thanks, Lemure. Why, is something wrong? I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on the stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him. Something evil, I see that, and he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry, you have given me courage. Courage? I am considering an eye operation. Here's my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny, I have always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lemure lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared. You know what changed your mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. The light returns to my eyes. I think I will take up painting. That's right. She's the landscape painter in sound, after all. I'll paint the two of you, I promise. Can't wait, Lemure. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on until it came to an end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have him catch the killer at the end. Well, it's such like a unique case, but it drags. And the only reason it drags is because they keep replaying the fucking song. And it's like, dude, we've seen it like 20 times already. Like, come on, man. There's one case left in this game. And it's going to be a long stream because the final cases in these games are always really long. So we'll definitely have to plan out when I do it so I actually have extra time to do it. So yeah, that's gonna do it for this stream of this this read-along series. We are almost to Dual Destinies. I'm so excited to finally jump into the 3D era of Ace Attorney. We are almost there. So, Yeah, I will see you guys on the next stream, and have a good one. Peace.